I think we're good. Mic check. Hold on, mic. Yep, good. Cam check. Looks like we're good there. What up, y'all? Sorry about the wait on that. So, no gameplay, obviously. We're just going to pretty much just do planners. That's kind of all I'm going to do. It's kind of play around with planners and a couple of different ideas. And yeah, pretty much. And then I'm going to try to see at the end, probably the very end, if I can possibly run Borderlands, like just run it. I just want to see if I can actually like stream it after some oh man, so I am gonna try to see if some of the system fixes I did will allow me to actually run Borderlands while streaming. I'm not gonna play it. I just want to just run it and see if it happens. So I know if I have a second or third game that I want to play, I can actually stream and play. So, yeah. With that being said, let's open up Planner. Let's see. Window capture. What we got here? I think that did it. Yeah. It looks like that is what it is. Yeah. Looks kind of small on well my screen too as well. Guess we can kind of up it just a little bit, something like that. And it's also showing this bar too as well. Not used to that. What do you think the best rogue build to play in season 10 will be? Depends on your goal, because what's best for one content isn't necessarily what's best for all content. So I would say Orphan Maker Rapid Fire will be the strongest if you want to pit push. But if you don't want to pit push, I probably would not suggest you do that. So, yeah. If you just want to like tear through some T4, level some glyphs, tear through bosses and stuff like that, and have a lot of fun doing that, I would highly recommend things like Dance of Knives, Poison Trap, Heart Seeker, Death Trap if you can get to it gear wise, because they made it harder than before. Flurry would be really good for that too. If you want something in between, that's like, you know, a little more challenging to play, but also really good in the pit as well, I would probably suggest Rain of Arrows. Rumor is Paladin's great at pit pushing. Oh man. All right. Let me see what I actually already have. Wait, am I not logged in? Not. I was wondering. I'm like, why do I not see my stuffs? I gotta do my super secret password. Super secret password. There we go. No one would ever guess that. All right. Login probably expired. Yeah, I'm sure. I just forget that it actually does that. So I just like when I catch it, I was like, oh yeah, it does do the thing. I mean, there's also been some updates too since then. I guess we'll start with rapid fire since technically that would be the push build. So we'll name this and rapid fire WIP. I have one, but I'm I'm gonna just start from scratch. Hunter 2. Did log in recently when looking at the D3 stuff for the season. Okay, so click the button here. Okay, so we do got the chaos power updates. Cool. So I guess we just dismantle everything here. We got here Sure Vex. Definitely gonna be Orphan Maker. I'm gonna wear that. Matthias, are you there? I'm gonna tell everybody about I want to make sure you hear it too. I'm pretty sure I can talk about it. Like I'm pretty sure I can talk about it. But I've gotten confirmation that the Orphan Maker itself, the wording might not make sense because like the way I read it makes it seem like it's it's works the way it did in PTR. But I think I've gotten confirmation from a dev that basically you should just have the buff up all the time. So there won't be any like tracking the buff on the bar, which to me indicates that you just fire the skill and you just get the damage bonus. It's no longer every other. Just fire the skills, it happens. So if that is the case, it should make it a bit easier to play. Now you won't be penalized by TikTok in between basic core and wrong order. No, exactly. So basically, there's no, at least from what I interpret, I can't like literally tell you exactly what was said for obvious reasons, NDA reasons, but you can't mess it up. Is basically the gist of it now. And to make sure that you can't mess it up, well, not make sure you can't mess it up, but that's pretty much why the damage bonus got nerfed a little bit, because it's going to be always rather than like every second double damage sort of type thing as well. So that does make things, that does make things a bit easier to use. So all right, Sky Hunter. Actually, I don't even know what I want here. I probably end up being captain in the attack speed anyway, so I probably don't want to even do that. I have marksman here. 65, 32. Probably at least want to get one, so just in case, and then the rest in attack speed. Just going ahead and do it. Fix it later. How many rapid fire range you can get? Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I get the Scoundrel's Kiss in there, right? So I guess we'll go ahead and make this Scoundrel's Kiss in. No, he doesn't. He didn't have it. That's not updated. No. All right. Then we'll just do. I guess we'll just do some random unique in there. That doesn't affect anything. What doesn't affect anything? I don't want to say. That doesn't affect anything, so we'll just throw Cal there. Harrison, then what's going on? Just do pants with reds. Well, I don't want to affect the reds on the side either. I'm not confused about how, like whether I'm res capped. We'll just do this. Dex in there. Hey, Harrison, what's going on, man? How are you doing, sir? Oh, by the way, Matthias, are you gonna do pin shot with Orphan Maker too? I almost feel like you kind of have to, and then do like just a spam variant, like a side spam variant that isn't Orphan Maker. Um, okay, so I only have not Orphan Maker right now. It feels so bad. But if you watch the live stream when they demonstrated the Orphan Maker with Rogue, they actually did it with pin shot. People are going to be asking you about it. Because technically speaking, I think it's hard to match the damage output of Orphan Maker with the clone on any of the core skills right now. Because I was thinking about the same thing with Barrage. Like I have a hard time thinking that like it comes close. Like on a like for Barrage, the Orphan Maker variant would be like 10 tiers better. Like than like the spam version. Even if the spam version is considerably more fun to play. I guess if you're not pushing with pin shot, then it doesn't really matter. Same thing with Barrage. If you're not pushing with Barrage, which chances are you're not, does it really matter at the end of the day? So with this many ranks into Orphan Maker, we got Orphan Maker, Scoundrel, Scoundrel's Kiss. I guess Fist of Fate, but I wouldn't put Fist of Fate there, so I guess I put Fist of Fate here. Little Fist here, and some random unique here. Placeholder. Go back to, and then I guess we'll just that because why 10 tiers better? One common point variant. You don't see how that's much better. Well, the Orphan Maker by itself is such a humongous buff. I mean, 16 ranks to marksman skills is just insane. And then you get +6 to exploit, and then the massive multiplier that like goes with it, and then also the, well, I won't say the combo point buffs. I really wouldn't. That's kind of not important. I mean, I think 3-to-1 punct, like 3-to-1 puncture and 1-to-1 combo point, I think will yield similar results. But 3-to-1 would feel less clunky. So, I mean, you probably could just go the puncture and shot way, but I would have a hard time to figure, like, wondering if you can really get. See, I think 3-1 precision is a play. That's the thing. I am not sure. I was when I thought that the reload, the spending the reload was every second skill. So like, that's what I initially thought. But now if the reload is happening on every skill, it doesn't change the way that it works with precision, because it'll still be every other. But the idea that you get a multiplier from Heart Seeker as well as Deadeye, it's kind of hard to make up with puncture. Even though with puncture you're guaranteed the proper precision every time you cast, you know, 10 shot versus every other. I don't know. Because initially I thought puncture was I initially had puncture as a play too until I got the information and I'm like, oh, okay, so you can't screw up the reload. Maybe it's not as bad as it was in PTR. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think like I could see rapid fire doing 120 plus barrage, maybe 140, like 113, 114 with Orphan Maker. It would not hit that without Orphan Maker at all. I'm almost assuming the same thing with Pen Shot. Just because the clone with Orphan Maker is just, I mean, just it's just dumb, like dumb damage. One to one, only precision 50% of the time. 3-1 should be the same attack speed, but 100% precision procs. True. I guess true. True. Yeah, 1 second between the reload and the game precision stats anyway. Oh, that's also very true. Yeah. Which I guess does kind of hurt the whole penalty thing, right? The reload penalty. Man with Toad, what's going on? Cool emotes. Okay, so Sky on Defensive Fate, Orphan Maker. But I will say that too, Matthias, that like, yeah, I just don't see a regular pin shot it being close. Although I do think regular pin shot would feel a lot better on in all content except for pushing. So I guess you could do. Yeah, I guess you could just do the Orphan Maker as a push as a push variant. What's the news for the 24th? Yeah, I probably do the same thing too for Barrage then, Matthias. I think rapid fire. I have to do Orphan Maker as a main version because there is no spam rapid fire that makes sense right now. So is victimized back for season 10? Are we still suffering? Victimize was good in season 9. In fact, I actually used it in two setups for sure. Like it was really good for Rain of Arrows and a good quality of life in Rain of Arrows as well. And Victimize was very close to close quarters combat for Heartseeker as well. I think people's idea of is it back. I almost think that people really what they really mean is it the best key passive? And I think right now the key passes are like really balanced across the board, or pretty balanced across the board. There's not one that like stands out crazy over another for most setups. Like they you can kind of intertwine quite a few of them. Am I planning on Dance of Knives a pin shot? I never played Dance of Knives. Like I practically refuse to play Dance of Knives. So no, And I'm not gonna level with Dance of Knives. I'm not gonna level with Heartseeker. Heartseeker leveling is really good right now. Forget about Crown of Lucian. Yeah, put that back in there. There. Of that for the health because totally use it. I'll probably keep the air perdition. Just because having some movement speed is actually nice. All right, so we got Ahukax. I don't know if I'll do Cervex here. Now the other question would be is, would I really want to try to do cold imbuement here? Because like cold imbuement would be nice, but you give up too much to be able to run it. Cold imbuement is pretty easy in season 10 with the accelerating burst CDR. You think so? Did I get updated or? Pants with Umbris. Cold imbue charges temper. But man, pants with Umbris though, I mean, that means you're losing like 70% multiplier somewhere. To gain 40% for cold imbuement. You see what I'm saying? Like I mean, I guess you could do cold imbuement charges on an amulet, right? Can you? Pretty sure you can. Yeah. So I mean, I guess I guess you can do that, but then now your choices have to be between cold imbuement or okay, so you have to have clone. Clone is necessary. Actually, where is the rest of my? Oh, that's right. I gotta redo all this again. So you're gonna want dash for regular play. Dash, basic attack, rapid fire, clone, which gives you and dark shroud. So that gives you one buff slot. So that's gonna either be caltrops, smoke grenade, or cold imbuement. Blame what's up, man. Now, of course, in the push scenario, you'll give up dash for like one or the other, either smoke grenade or cold imbuement. But given that we're not going to have much movement speed, because of course, you know, boots are not going to boot the way they normally boot. Not running dash is gonna feel horrible in general. Oh, I'm not thinking. I kind of forgot the combination dagger. Do I want to give up air perdition for that? Because now I have the scoundrel's kiss in here. So like the scoundrel's kiss, so combination dagger would normally be here, but now we got scoundrel's kiss as chaos. Would I want to give up air for? Well, I definitely gotta put combination dagger. Oh no, Cal's a placeholder. We don't have scoundrel's kiss for the planner, so I have to put something there. I know Cal's not good, but I just don't have anything else to put. I don't have a placeholder, a better placeholder that doesn't affect my stats. So yeah, this would be Scoundrel's Kiss. Unless I just want to wear the Scoundrel's Kiss. Still. Like, is it really better as a do I really, I guess my thing is, do I really need anything on a ring? That I wouldn't just want to just use Scoundrel's Kiss anyways for it and then do combination dagger. Because I think having a regular sword would be fun. Actually, no. Guess it doesn't really matter. Well, no, because you want the double damage from Shadow Clone. So you definitely want to somewhere. Yeah, I guess the ring slot is the slot that you don't really care about as much. No way they fix Scoundrel's Kiss. So they did. I actually tested on PTR. They actually did fix rapid fire, but the clone is still very derpy. But they fixed the issues that I recorded. They just didn't post about it, or they didn't mention it in the patch notes. I don't know why they didn't, but they didn't. I made sure to do it. I actually did it in the middle of the podcast. I don't know if you've seen the podcast that the Maxwell Rogues did, but I literally tested it in the middle of the podcast, like while the podcast was happening, and I was surprised that they actually did fix it, but they did. I guess we can just Dex here because we're gonna be in a task speed cap. Sure. Best build for Rogue coming for season 10 depends on what you're trying to do. If you're talking about just pit pushing, Orphan Maker Rapid Fire is probably going to be, I'll say probably, it's going to be the strongest Rogue build for pit pushing. For everything else, though, I probably would not recommend doing Rapid Fire for. If you're just going to push and you want to set aside some gear for just pushing, I would recommend you do Orphan Maker Rapid Fire if that is your goal, is to push as high as you can. Outside of that, I would do almost kind of any other build, to be honest. Basically, what's going on? Yeah, I guess we could just count those because, like, I guess, I mean, the only thing you're really missing here, and I guess. I don't know if I want to give up Air Perdition though. Given the fact that the ring slot is still kind of free. Sort of. S++ Rapid Fire, didn't say that. My assumption is that it will be the only rogue build in S tier. But for pit pushing only. By the way, I don't know. I'll say this much. I don't know if I'm able to really talk about it, but I don't see it being a problem. Oh, that's right. Shadow Clone cooldown reduction. I kind of would need that on the ring, wouldn't I? I guess I can get it here. And then go armor percent, because we're going to have to for sure. But that's in the same cat. Oh, yeah, I can. I can do armor percent and shadow clone reduction. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. But we are reevaluating how we're doing some of our tier lists. I think that's all I'm going to say. And I'm actually pretty excited to when we do release our tier lists and stuff. Our tier list. Plural. I don't know. This is gonna be tough though, Matthias. Like it's gonna feel like if I do Scoundrel's Kiss here instead of air, like it's gonna feel bad. Like really bad because you're gonna have no movement speed, and the damage trade-off is like not really worth. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we could go Scoundrel's Kiss here as a regular item still. Like, unless we want to do Scoundrel's Kiss as a, no, I guess no, we can't. No, not really. Nope. I think we'll just keep it as a normal item. The legendary ring. Air, keep the legendary. What's the downside? Not having Scoundrel's Kiss. Because you get Crown. You got Crown, Fist of Fate. So Crown, Crown, Combination Dagger, Fist of Fate, Sky Hunter. So, I mean, you could trade Fist of Fate for Scoundrel's Kiss. Is Sky Hunter necessary? Well, if you, well, I mean, 72% though. This is so much better. The multiplier is better than that. Because everything else is like, well, because you need to either wear it, race to fire all resist. Oh yeah, you do get the all resist on the other slot. That's actually a very good point. But the attack speed though, and the Sky Hunter though, kind of helps you cap a lot easier. I would almost rather give up Fist of Fate versus Sky Hunter. Just for the consistency's sake. But I guess my thing is just like, why not do both? Why not just have Sky Hunter here and then keep the Scoundrel's Kiss here? The worst case scenario is that you're losing what, 20% of the unique value. That's it, by wearing it versus having it as a chaos. About the loss aspect, I mean, the loss aspect would be kind of minor. I mean, you would have what? You would want, now that I think about it, I mean, you got what, Vex? Not Vex, but Behemoth. You got Conceited, you got, I mean, those are the only two like generic multipliers that matter. Past that point, you got the yeah, that's kind of really it. I mean, expecting is 30%. It's really not much. There really isn't that many aspects that really matter. But like Behemoth and oh, I guess you also got like I haven't played in a while. Elements you wouldn't care about, you don't care about. There's Retribution, but that's also conditional, and that's 35%. Imitated Imbuments only if you're running Cold Imbue, which that means if you run a Cold Imbue, you have to give up either Caltraps or, oh yeah, Caltraps. You have to give up Caltraps for Cold Imbue. You don't need ultimate cooldown. Well, that's what the Behemoth is for, and that's what the Shadow Clone cooldown reduction is for. But I guess having another ring with Shadow Clone cooldown reduction is probably a better bet, though. So I guess that is a good point. Yeah. I still almost rather give up Fist of Fate, though. It's like a pretty similar damage, right? Like, except this one is consistent. Fist of Fate is what, 70%? Got 172. Like, there's The Fist of Fate was 80. Wasn't it 50 at one point? Well, 50 without the chaos, right? I guess 80. Okay. Well, so 8%. You really think the 8% is worth it? Is worth more than the stats in the Sky Runner though? Relatively speaking, Stutter Step actually gives you some speed, movement speed, which we don't have. That critical strike damage is probably worth like what, 2 or 3%? maybe a little bit more, maybe 5% roughly. So I mean that kind of makes up for the gap between the unique affixes. Don't have much added than that. Yeah, I guess you are right on that too. I'm glad you're here though. Get someone to discuss this stuff with. What up, Die? What do you think about next season? Do you think they still have they still need a few more seasons to get it right? Um, I mean, yeah. I think at least from rumors that the expansion is going to be major. Then this expansion is going to be major. I think until then, maybe next season will be a pretty big shakeup because that's going to have some changes to really important systems that I can't say more about. But that might be the thing. All right, so I guess I'll leave Fist of Fate here since I can't do Scoundrel's Kiss, and we'll just do a regular ring, regular legendary ring. But I do think this season does have a little bit more value than previous seasons, so that's a good thing. I think the Chaos Armor is gonna give us a little bit more playing time, more time to I guess farm and or more reasons to play longer than usual. I'll put it that way. I guess we'll do Retribution. Then Dex. Definitely need some health because we ain't got none. Some life. All resistance. Tempering. Shadow Clone. Put on reduction. I wonder if we need to you think we need to masterwork the Shadow Clone cooldown? Just we can't really do it on the amulet for obvious reasons. But we might need to do it ring. Considering that we don't really have anything else to really masterwork that really matters. Depending on if I'm running Accelerate Chaos. Sorry, perks. It is a random thing, right? That's like it happens random. I guess I wonder how reliable that. I mean, that's almost like running Hectic, right? Just a different like a different. It's like a addition. It's like Hectic, right? On a big pull, it resets really fast. Okay, I'll check it out then. Paladin teaser next season. Oh, what up, Mr. Ink? No new characters. No new. They typically for a Diablo game they will not introduce an entire new class before an expansion, or they won't do it for free. Put it that way. It's a massive amount of work to not charge for. From a business standpoint, it would make zero sense to just give it to. Not saying I agree or disagree, just if I had to look at it from the business side, yeah, that ain't happening. Yeah, not releasing it. It's just a teaser for a later time. They'll probably tease it at like BlizzCon or something next year. Like, get some hype. They might like, give us some like, I don't know, like trailers or whatever that might hint towards something, but not actually say it. Actually, how am I dealing poison? I wonder if whatchamacallit is gonna work. What's going on here? So done. I mean, it's mostly what I would have. I would say doing puncture does make it difficult for Deadeye. Gotta be kind of careful. What am I doing here? I have 2 points. Probably need to do innovation. Now let's look at our skill bar so I don't confuse people. Puncture, shadow clone. There we go. So even if I want to do code and view, I have to get rid of this and or change out a chaos armor to make it any different. And code and beam is good, but not that good. Or do you think the GM from D4 leaving was a good thing? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how much how much hands he had on stuff. Like, I honestly don't know. How do we have Dark Shroud uptime? Well, assuming accelerating chaos, right? I'm taking your your thing. But generally speaking, since this is kind of a range build, you shouldn't really be you shouldn't eat through all of your Dark Shroud that quickly. I mean, like if you have like no Dark Shrouds in like 5 seconds, then you're probably doing something hard. Like, you're probably doing something wrong, or you're literally just teabagging all the mobs at that point. And given that this is a very bursty type build, and you're kind of like moving around a lot, it'd be worth running damage per combo points as temper instead, though. Also a very good point here. Very true. I really can't wait to not have to run Shadow Clone. I'm with you. I don't really expect to see anything until next year in relation to the new class. I just talk about it just to stay out the sorrow of not having it. I guess it just depends. If the paladin is strong, everybody would be happy. If the paladin is not strong, everybody would be pissed. And then we're back to square one. But yeah, I think the thing is that we kind of have to have Dark Shroud. Now we could pull an Ava and throw Umbrus on an amulet. Which if we throw Umbrus on the amulet, right? Then we can get rid of dark shroud on the bar. Then we can throw in cold imbuement. Actually, Mott Room would probably be the best thing because we won't be losing much. I mean, Vex, I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, Mott might be the best play. It's the least amount that you lose out of all the options. And then now we can either go back to, so we can either do um smoke grenade would be stronger. Well, I guess yeah, I guess at this point we could do we can do cold imbuement, and then but we'll drop expectant for imitate imbuements, go cold imbuement, and do imbuement charges. Well, no, we can't do imbuement charges here, cold imbuement charges, because then we'll have to give up shadow clone cooldown reduction. We'll have less shadow clone uptime, but but it'll be able to shoot cold imbuement. Versus just having smoke grenade. Oh, what am I doing actually? Not even expected. We need to go full clip. What am I doing? So yeah, if you give up an aspect is 40%, 30 to 40% to make cold imbuement, which is also about 20 to 40% work. Let's just say deal 50%. Come up. I wish they did. I wish they did rework it. To be honest with you, have I voiced any changes they should make and they have listened? Cunning stratagem. They did listen. Um, Orphan Maker, they did. I did kind of complain about that a bit. They made some adjustments to it. I don't know how I feel about it quite yet until I play it. But but they did. And they also buff Rogue in general. Like Rogue's got a pretty substantial across the board buffs. So I will say that they did decide to I guess I don't need alchemical advantage, do I? So I'm gonna be capped anyway. Well, actually, I don't know. Is alchemical advantage cap 1 or cap 2? Cap 2. Okay, so I probably still want it. I guess what's not as important is so we'll there. This here. Actually, no. This we're still gonna want for chaos perks. East corner is still best in slot. And I had what did I have here? I think I did use power siphon. I did it when we did 1-1. When I was doing 1-1. I don't know if I can actually do that going with puncture. Well, I guess I still should be able to do that with 3-1 with puncture. Technically. Should. Skills do 40% increased damage. Fire's not imbued, so. And then we're gonna have this, which is gonna be really good. I'm assuming these 4. I did to point out the problem of making it to them. I think unless we just don't see it, which I doubt. We all gonna read Orphan Maker will be unused item from now. Oh no, we will be using Orphan Maker. It's just that it's gonna be more so for pushing. I have a harder time seeing us doing this for like speed farming or regular farming in general. But I think if you want to push the highest pit, then you will do Orphan Maker. Not because you want to, but just because I mean you almost just don't really have much of a choice. That is if you're trying to hit a certain GR. I put it that way. Orphan Maker is just way too strong to not. It's way too strong with Shadow Clone to not use. Loath, be sure to follow. Leave up what's happening. Hope you well. Just tune in. What are you cooking? I'm just either / remaking planners or updating planners or both. So yeah, probably the basis of what I'm gonna do here. I really don't know about accelerating chaos, but I guess I mean there really is no other better options, to be honest. Oh yeah, I forgot Mirror Guard. I need that. 20% armor. I was looking forward to seeing Rogue changes post PTR. How are they faring now? Rogue's got pretty substantial buffs across the board. So it, at least on the surface right now, talking to some of the other Maxro guys from the other Maxro specialists from other classes, seems like rogues are considerably closer to other classes than before. So instead of being like way behind in the pit portion of things, rogues are a lot closer. I didn't say better, but closer. Like it's like no longer like a 20-30 tier gap between rogue and like druid or rogue and like sork or whatever. It's like considerably closer in terms of the top builds are concerned. So kudos to them for doing that. Personally, I don't really too much care about the pit push sort of things, but I know people do. Even if they don't push, they care about what the build ends up doing in pit. My thing is just that for me, I'm more so happy that it's easier to level glyphs. I put it that way. So for me, being able to like reach 100 glyphs with more builds like considerably easier is a plus, because there are more builds that can like do like 110 plus or whatever. So I think that to me that's the biggest W. If this one not as good by itself, no, but with poison trap, yes. I mean, that's no, you're good. Except rug for floors. I wasn't aware I was in the market for rugs. Yeah. So yeah, I love pit pushing. You can think D3 leaderboards and greater risk for that. See, I feel differently. I actually liked D3 mostly. I like D3 pushing mostly. It's not the same in D4. I feel like in D4 it's considerably worse. So yeah, the idea is there. The execution is just way worse. I cannot get on board with pit pushing in D4 at all, personally. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with my extra points I got. I guess we'll just throw them into Dark Shroud. I might need to do Accelerating Chaos over Power Siphon, but I think I can get away with Power Siphon though. Considering that I'm doing combo points, I think I can get away with Power Siphon. And if so, that should be a pretty substantial boost. Worse in what way rewards? Everything. Literally everything. In D3 there was strategy and pip and GR pushing. Like you had to like be able to spawn pylons, which was kind of annoying, don't get me wrong, but like you're pulling your mobs, you're having to kind of figure out where to go. You look at the map, you figure out the best path. Given the scenario, you know how many elites are on each map usually. So once you encounter the first 2 or 3, you kind of have an idea of where the rest of the elites might be or may be. So you have to think about what you're doing on the way because time is very, very crucial. In D4, there is no strategy. The way you play high level pit is the same way you do speeds. You basically just find the elite, kill it as fast as you possibly can, and then you just rinse and repeat. And you fight the boss. You don't like the boss, you restart over. And you rinse and repeat. There's no strategy when you watch somebody watch somebody do pit pushing, is everyone literally does the exact same thing. Not because it's their fault, but just because that's just the way things are. So I find it very one-dimensional, which is basically almost all about your gear at that point. Whereas in D3, you can see people with like considerably less Paragon like do some amazing clears because they know how to manipulate rifts. And you look at them and you look at those clears and you go, wow, that actually was. I mean, obviously you still have to fish for a good one, which I still hate doing. But like you can almost be at all watching like a multi-shot player like manipulate a rift, you know, and do really well because not everybody can skillfully do that. And pits you can't. They're you watch every video of a pit push clear and it's identical. Like, and again, not the player's fault. I am not blaming the players at all. Like, you know, they are doing what they need to do to clear. Just the game doesn't offer any sort of like meaningful choice gameplay or meaningful gameplay in general for pit pushing, to be honest. Like everyone looks exactly the same. You can't go, oh, that's a Woody Joe clear, or oh, that's a so and so clear, or you know, I don't have to watch the whole video. That's a whatchamacallit clear. I can tell by the style of play. Oh yeah, none of that exists in D4. Either you have the gear and you have the time to fish, or you don't. That's pit. And that's why I can't really get on board with it. All right. We pretty much got what we want here in terms of rapid fire is concerned. Um, I'm probably going to be asked about why I'm not doing code imbuement, but I just really think that there's you give up too much to try to do code imbuement, even if it might feel better to like let's say I don't know give up a boot slot or something, so you can get the evade charges or whatever, so it feels better to play. I just don't know if the 40% is worth. Although a Eldritch Bounty board would be very nice to have. But I don't know. Have a hard time fitting in Cold Imbuement without losing either total armor, which we absolutely need, 12% armor, or we lose Shadow Clone Cold Armor, which means that we have 100% uptime on Shadow. Just your damage is technically pretty much all coming from Shadow Clone anyway. I don't know. Make sure you put instance to see armor. Do you really need it on amulet? I felt like I didn't have perfect gear on PTR, but I needed instance on amulet. Well, did I? Or did I just put it there? But keep in mind, it got nerfed, so it's not 40% armor anymore. It's 20% armor, which is why I think the total percent actually is. Before it was kind of an option, but now I think it's almost absolutely necessary now. Two skulls. Garden 20. Level 1. I guess we could do that. All right, let me see what I do with the Paragon board. I guess with the Sky Hunter, not Sky Hunter, Scoundrel's Kiss being on the item, being here, and that also keeps the all res. Yeah, I guess I could do that. But still, though, do you think that's still kind of worth it though? Because you give up 25%, and then you give up a 40% aspect. So a 40% aspect, and then 25% from smoke grenade to have 40% from cold imbuement. Because you have to do imitated imbuement or else. I'm not a cold imbue. I mean, I like cold imbue a lot. I mean, I am a cold imbue believer. I just don't know how to. I don't know. You get the temper back on amulet for more damage. That's all. That's all you're trying to do. Okay. Screw the damage per dark shroud. I'd throw movement speed on there for myself, man. Screw that. I'm gonna move quickly. That little like additive from whatchamacallit ain't gonna make no real difference. To be honest, like the quality of life from movement speed, I will feel a lot more than the damage per dark shroud by far. But if we're talking about like, you know, squeaking out the most damage possible, then yeah, I guess I have to do. The excitement of playing video games. I don't want to say what you said. True, it only appeals to a super small group of players. Well, everyone has to do it at least up to some degree. Most people just push just enough to max their glyphs and then done. Well, that's the thing. Next patch, next season, multiple builds will be able to do it. Right. So it'll be considerably easier for once you get your builds kind of together. It'll be considerably easier to level your glyphs, regardless of which one you pick. Like 7, 8 different rogue builds will be able to do it fairly easy to master glyphs. But yeah, I think the excitement of playing a video game gets buried by task manager, quote unquote, within the game. Then it's losing the point of game in the first place. In this case, pit pushing. Fair. All right, let's look at the Paragon board. Let me actually save what I got. Now we got to actually like redo all of this. All of my tower of my tower boards. So none of the updates are there yet. So, but this is gone. This is gone. This is gone. So dance is the only one that stays. So we'll go this. We'll do cunning stratagem, cheap shot, and Lorena's instinct. Lorena's instinct is like a terrible board though. Great legendary Paragon node, but pretty awful board. Alright, so we'll yeet that. I might keep the tower. Like maybe 1 or 2 Paragon points, like or inefficient for like like you lose like 1 or 2 Paragon points by doing it, but like really at this point, who honestly cares? See. So let's say I have, it's a long way to go. Is there anything worth? Oh yeah, that note, the now is good. That's really good too. Okay, so I actually have some really good armor choices. I forgot. Yeah, 3 different armor choices on this board. This board is actually kind of goated. Armor. For sure, I say that. I say that for sure. I'm not too sold on the combo point. Cunning stratagem change or whatever. This says bonuses, so I don't know if it's applying to the actual damage and the secondary as 40%, but if it's both, it's really good. If it's just one, it's more so like meh. Like if it's just the secondary, then it's definitely not worth. But they reworded it, so it can't be, because right now it is a secondary bonus, right? Non-damage combo point bonuses, right? So they reworded it to your combo point bonuses are increased. So I would assume it's both. If that's the case, then that makes this strong. Assuming. What do I have for glyphs? I can't do canny. There is headhunter. This. Chip? Well, there's versatility. Guess we're doing clone. Clone is the. I really want to do that though. Chip is actually not bad. Let's do fluidity. We'll keep it generic. See how many points I can get away with not using. Is that enough? 25. Okay, so and that enough. Right. 5, yep. If I want to be fancy, I guess I could take some more additives. Just Tease is right, we don't have a lot of additive. Grab some stuff there. And Python out. So we could take that. This would be really good. Is there an easy way for me to get there? I guess it could go up like this. Go this way. and then going this way then here. So allow me to take this. I might can ignore that and come up here, take this, because that's also maximum life and maximum life here, and they both have armor. Come up here. Yeah, so I can ignore this. This isn't important. We can literally just go. And just kind of ignore all of these. I really don't even need this, honestly, do I? 45? Okay, I do need that because that put me at 35. Another point. That's not too bad. There we go. So we can get some armor. Let's kind of go this way. Branch off. Up this. I need more armor. I guess I can take these two as well. Actually not bad. This is actually a really good board. A phenomenal board. One, two, 5, 6. It's longer to go this way. Although points. So it's still 6 points then. Go like this down here because I saved 2 points here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, or 1, 2. 1. Yeah, so it's the same amount of points. But I do miss one blue node though. And we'll just kind of math out. Appreciate the follow. If we need to pick up some more nodes here, we could. Armor, max life. We probably should pick up every max life just because we have none. Go ahead and do that. Skip that because that's not important. Cunning stratagem. We need to get rid of Eldritch Bounty. Cheap Shot has a lot of armor nodes too. So we do Cheap Shot. We got Cheap Shot, Lorena's Instinct. I think Lorena's Instinct might be the last board. There's almost nothing I really. Well, there is some all res in that board. Particle, what's up? Rotate. I don't. Okay, it's max life. There's armor here. Actually, what I really want to do is this way because I got armor here. Actually, no, not really. It doesn't really just go straight up. My glyphs are gonna mostly be the same. Devious, headhunter. Headhunter is probably gonna go on this board. Right there, bro. Looking. Cheap shot has the 20% damage reduction to release. Pretty good for that reason alone. Very, very true. How's bro looking? Good. Well, better. Definitely better than what it was. We got a pretty big generic buff across the board. So, yeah. That's good. Guess it's not really. This is Headhunter. I don't really care about that yellow note as much. Well, I guess we'll. Okay, I'm already at 50. There's a shorter route. Almost never use this board. Gives me some armor there. That. Okay. Ish. Reduction. That looks fugly. Looks so fugly, but it works, I guess. And we'll take remove exploit weakness for actually let's pull this. We can still make it a sec. I don't know. Almost never use. I never use that board. So let me see what I can do with that board. What we got? So the glyph is here. Legendary is here. So I guess 7 Paragon notes to get out from there. I chose to go that route. Because at this point, it might be better to just go from here. If I need points, I can go out that way. Might be like 5 to get out this way versus 7 going out this way. This is yeah, that's awful. Oh, damage reduction actually. Hold up. That's actually kind of good. So I put a glyph here. Don't really care about that or that, but this will actually be kind of nice. Actually, no, if I go this way, come out, go up like that, take that, go up this way, take this, I can go up that way in like 2 or 3 points. So I'll just take that and just remove the whole tower of death to save like 3 or 4 points. Got a buns, what's up? Did I change my stream time? Not really, no. I usually stream around this time of night whenever I do stream. Normally. I guess I haven't streamed as much, like nearly as much as I used to. But the time frame in which I stream is still kind of the same. I just haven't been on much at all, which is probably why. Loving it because it's 1 p.m. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. So like if I stream is usually like I'm usually on around, you know, at this time or around this time. All right, what glyph am I missing? Yeah, devious, counter. I'm always way slower at doing this on stream than like off stream. Always. Would have had like three done by now if I was off stream. Okay, what's going on? All right, looking forward to season 10. Nice, nice. Is Rogue gonna be OP in season 10 or still meh? Uh, I would not say OP, no. But your range of what you're asking is kind of wild. It's like, is it gonna be really good or really bad? Is kind of what you're asking. I would say definitely better than meh, but not but not OP. No. We did get quite a bit of a bump going into like from like the post patch. Is it Barb again? Barb wasn't OP last season. Barb was like the second best hit pusher. So it was not Barb last season. Or current season, sorry. I'll put it this way, rogues won't be nearly as weak as they once were across the board. It doesn't mean that they'll end up being number one by any means, but like they won't be the redheaded stepchild when it comes to pit pushing. I'll put it that way. It'll be a lot closer for at least one of Rogue's builds compared to the rest of the classes. But like I said, that's like an activity that like less than 1% of players actually like do. So, but like T4 and stuff like that, Inferno Horrors, all the stuff that's like that you normally do on a regular basis, like that's gonna feel even better than it did before for practically all rogue builds. I kind of need rogue to be OP. That would be such a good feel. But I guess the thing is that like you only really feel OP when you can one shot stuff, right? Like when you one shot stuff and like you barely like have to try and like stuff just falls over and die, right? Like that's kind of like the OP feel. You kind of get that. Most classes get that, and the normal content that you do, like the T4 content you do, stuff just kind of falls over whenever you have a really good build, right? The only difference is when you look at higher pit tiers, when can you no longer do that, right? For some classes that might be, oh well, this class can't do it in like 120s, or this class can't do it in 110s, but they can do it in like 100s and below, right? So like I guess it just depends on like what, I guess it just depends on what you want. Like what matter, like what really matters to you. We don't know about unattended actions either. That's also fair. It's a good point. I want to put some good times in on pit, very high contested suck, on very high contested stuff where we suck at the moment. Okay, so you're looking to reach the highest tier of pit you possibly can to be as competitive to the other classes as possible. Is that what you're asking? If so, I think Rogue has one build that would be pretty. That'd be relatively close to the other classes, if not maybe better than like maybe one or two classes per se. I don't see Rogue being at the very, very bottom of the pit push. I could be wrong. And if they are the very bottom of the pit push, it'll be very close. Like we're talking about like maybe 2 or 3 pit tiers, or behind maybe like the Nest class or something like that. Whereas right now that isn't the case at all. Like we're far behind even in last place, like the second to last place is still considerably farther ahead than we were in the current season. So it won't be like that next season. But like if you're looking at trying to push the highest pit tier possible, like highest pit tier possible, Rogue is not that class. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. We're not gonna be doing 130 plus. So if the pit tier number is the most important to you, don't play Rogue. Which build is looking strongest on Rogue or just in general? On Rogue, Orphan Maker Rapid Fire. What am I missing for a glyph? I know I'm physical, so I can't do candy. I guess chip. Chip or versatility. Clone used to do more damage than it does now, so versatility was better in general. I don't know if that beats chip though. Now there is combat, but we don't need that. Although it's a shit ton of additive damage though. But would that be chip though? I think I'm gonna keep chip. I'm real, let's go. Yeah. Also only do hardcore stuff I need to think about hardcore builds in comparison to hardcore stuff. Okay. That does changes some things for sure. But yeah, you do. You're right. You definitely have to think about some things. Mr. Mark, what's going on? Micah, what's happening? You're talking about PoE too. I don't know. There's been a lot of mixed opinions on it. I actually enjoyed my time until I got the mapping, and then I kind of just I don't know. I didn't really enjoy like I don't dislike mapping at all. I actually like mapping, but when I was playing it, I just I don't know. Like I just wasn't feel maybe I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it. I can't really explain. I don't think there's anything wrong other than like towers. It's like I hate towers, but I think everybody hates towers. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the campaign. Like I loved the campaign, but then I got the map and I'm just like, oh, okay, we're kind of back to this. Some changes that were good, some quality of life changes that were good, but I don't know. I just wasn't. I just didn't have um the will to grind it out. And I was having fun, and I wasn't getting gear too fast. So I was still self-found, so like my progression felt good in the sense of like it felt like I earned what I was getting and stuff. I enjoyed the build I was playing, uh, which was a custom build that I made up. I enjoyed it, loved it. Yeah, I don't know. I want to revisit it, and I hope I feel differently um, later. But right now, I don't know. I just couldn't get myself to want to grind the end game. Despite bust, we're still the worst class when it comes to pit push rate. I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I think it's. I mean, we're not like top three, but I don't know if we're the worst. And if we are the worst, we're like extremely close to like the bottom three. So it's not like every class and then Rogue at the extreme bottom like it is right now. Like we might be like possibly better than Sork. Maybe for pit pushing. Uh Maybe better than Barb. Maybe. Still, I mean, there's still too many factors to really like. And what I mean by better, I mean like one build. Like we have one build that would be competitive enough to like be at that tier. Everything else would be like A tier on Rogue, which is actually Rogue in terms of Rogue interclass balance. It's actually phenomenally good. Meaning there's a lot of builds that are close to each other in terms of class balances, which is actually really good for the class. But I guess my thing is I understand the want for, you know, us to be strong in pit push, but I guess what I find interesting is that most people who want rogues to be really strong in pit push don't pit push. Like don't truly pit push. Like less than 1% of the population, far less than 1% of the population of people who play the game truly pit pushes. So like I don't know, I find it kind of irrelevant unless you're actually going to partake in that activity, which 99.9% of players are not going to. Now, if you want to like level glyphs and want to make sure you can get your glyphs to 100 or want to like dominate T4, understandably, because you're actually going to play that content. But most people are not going to pit push. They're not. I will almost say almost everybody is not going to pit push. Like that's how small of the market for pit pushers at the moment. So I know people have different agendas and different, you know, ideas and what, or different, you know, things that they want in the game. But I personally would love to see people who are not going to truly pit push, just kind of just enjoy the game with whatever build they want to play and not be so concerned about what their friends say. Because if you're not going to pit push, it doesn't really matter what build you play. It doesn't. At that point, it's more so what build are you going to find fun, especially coming in season 10, because there's so many like builds that got buffed, that got bumped in terms of the recent patch notes. Like you can level any of your glyphs to 100 pretty easily on like 7 different rogue builds. Which is literally probably like the most anyone's really gonna do with their character, right? Which is understandable. Like everybody wants to get their glyphs to 100. Okay, that makes sense. That's like that's a completionist thing, right? I get that. That makes sense. And you can choose 1 of 7 rogue builds to do it. Literally. Is that FOMO? Man, it's an action RPG. Is there really FOMO going on in a pretty aging action RPG at the moment? This isn't bad. Why pinch shots do choice of damage? I don't know. Maybe some like GG Korean Gear Orphan Maker setup. Maybe somehow finding a way to squeeze cold imbuement pat over dash. Maybe you might be able to get a 1 trillion hit, max stacks on cow traps, etc. Possible, maybe. Well, I don't know. I didn't do the math on it, but like, if I was to see a trillion hit, it probably would come from pin shot. Would it be the most damage? Probably not. But like, I mean, you might be able to see that number. I don't know. Who knows? I gotta put in a calculator to actually see. I heard DT is the best Rugen. No. Well, for speed farming, yes. For speed farming, yes. But DT is also considerably harder to gear for now, again, to be able to speed farm with it. So technically speaking, you need a speed farming build to be able to speed farm for Death Trap to speed farm with Death Trap. Death Trap is going to be very finicky to it was already pretty finicky to build. It's going to be considerably harder to build in season 10. Wiz Moon did a 100 pit in the PTR with Dance of Knives and Poison Trap with the new bus. It'll probably be 105, 110, right? Yep, you're right. I would probably say a little bit higher than 105. I'd probably give it like a 109, 110 range, probably. The Dance of Knives Poison Trap, which should be, so if anyone wants to play that, like that would do well for their journey. Sounds good. Last season we were just too far behind. Always frustrating to see, even though it shouldn't matter, right? Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way: if you were a pusher, I'd be frustrated. Yes, for sure. I also think that last season or current season, there was just it was very hard to level glyphs if you didn't play like one or two rogue builds. More so one rogue build. Well, I guess two. But you needed a lot of gear and really good gear to do it for twisting blades to level your glyphs with. But Death Trap was basically the way you leveled your glyphs. Otherwise, you were taking the long route to leveling your glyphs, which kind of probably felt bad if you wanted to play something that wasn't meta. Whereas this time around, I mean, you can kind of just pick whatever literally whatever A tier, high B tier build on Rogue and level your glyphs just fine. The top 3 Rogue builds to look for this season for pit pushing, if we're talking about just pit pushing, Orphan Maker Rapid Fire, Rain of Arrows, Orphan Maker Rapid Fire, Rain of Arrows, Death Trap. Death Trap and Rain of Arrows will probably be in like the mid 110, like 115-ish range, most likely. I still think Rain of Arrows will be slightly stronger than Death Trap, possibly. But not by much. We're talking about like maybe a tier-ish or so. Rapid Fire or Orphan Maker Rapid Fire would definitely be like 4 or 5 tiers above the other two. And then from there you have Heartseeker, which would be really good relative, like in the 111, 112 range. Flurry 110, Poison Trap, Dance of Knives combo 109, 110. I mentioned Flurry, right? Yeah, Flurry. Pen Shot Orphan Maker, probably. Barrage Orphan Maker as well, 110-ish range. 112 range. So if you notice that there's a lot of rogue builds like in the 110-ish range, with the ultimate builds being in like 115-ish. And then you have the Orphan Maker Rapid Fire being like 120. Do you know when the Max Rogue guys and planners will be public? Always the weekend before the season. So like, because we are working on it now. So we typically launch them when they're ready. So I would refresh on Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Some people will have it done by the end of Saturday. Some people will have it done by the end of Sunday. Some people will have it done by Monday. It just depends on how many guys they have and how much the build has changed. Do you think Pulverized Druid will be good season 10? Actually, I can check for you. I think so, but I want to double check. I don't want to give you wrong information. Let's see. What does Boiler have? Yep, Pulverize will be top 3, if not top 1, top 3 at least. It'll be an S tier build next season for pushing, yes. So Companion, Flesh Render, and Pulverize will be your best pit pushers on Druid. All right, so let's see what my armor looks like now. I've literally been on this rapid fire thing for all the streams so far. So I've been talking more so than anything else. Okay, what does my R-raise look like? Okay, so I'm over 80, 81%, 81. Okay, so I can get rid of 1. For skull. Gives me 7 to 11. Is it really taking into account guard or no? It is taking into account guard. Okay, so level 1 guard just to get the 20% armor and not 40% because it got nerfed. Okay, so 7 to 11. That's with the armor, total armor percent. Okay, and I get the R-rest in the ring. And this is counting the R-res, right? I know it didn't at one point, but it does now. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, so I do need to take more armor nodes. Mess with the armor percent. Jeez, okay. I'm trying to think about it in a sense where I'm not running instance. Because if I'm running instance, I'll be capped. I don't think Matthias is still here. I think I just probably asked in max roll. Are we trying to make sure people are capped with or without instance? This is fanboy. I think is this fanboy. I don't want to make it required. Like if I could find a way to like get them to like to get it without. So I'm at 838 armor now. Hold on. It's probably a little bit more. No, I did good here. RS, all that stuff is fine. So even taking all the I took a lot of armor nodes, like a shit ton of armor nodes, and even with the percent armor, I'm still like at 838. One more skull, master working on the ring. No, I kind of need I need the master working on the shadow clone cooldown though. But the GA, I guess yeah, GA on the RS on the ring. That's gonna be hard to find. You know how hard it is to get GA RS on the ring. Well, I mean, yeah, you do. I don't know why I said that, but yeah, you do. Yeah, so this would be 69% with the Scoundrel's Kiss somewhere here. And max is what, 80%? So I think regardless, I think I'm gonna have even with armor percent on the amulet, I still gotta run. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run incense. Unless we do what Matthias says and go with the elusive GAR as on the ring. But the instances fix both armor and all res. Let's take another run. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And I hate it. But you're not wrong at all. You're right. Like, I guess for me, I like I wouldn't mind doing so, but just get like people kind of just being reminded, oh, make sure you have your instance up, otherwise uh you'll take a damage you wish you didn't. Um, it just kind of feels bad. I don't know. It feels bad for like the average player. On Okay, so it's still 5 points if I went that way or this way, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I have to give up my tower to save like 3 points to go this way, which I guess I don't mind. At the end of the day, take that. I mean, this is pretty much all. Pretty much it. Update the profile. Mostly looking good. Definitely need to run Mott Rune for a lot of things now, or at least the Orphan Maker setups. Mott Rune makes a lot more sense. There's not another rune that's gonna give me like more than 15%. So I think Smoke Grenade is gonna make more sense. The booty, what's going on? How's it going? Do you play D3 anymore at all? Like, or no? Missing 2% life on Uranus. I could be. Let me double check. Like, I never use the board, so I wouldn't be surprised if I'm actually missing stuff. Oh yeah, there it is. And okay, yeah, that's it. But yeah, cunning stratagem is actually quite dope with how many armor nodes you can actually get, like, or how many like how much emphasis on armor it has. Save 1 point by removing the 3% healing. Where do I have that at? Did this one? No, that's not it. No, I got it. I mean, I guess it's 5 intel or 3% healing, right? Or did I already do that? Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, cool. I appreciate it. Brain not braining. A little bit. Why do you ask, my friend? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Just a thought. Um, I would have played Soul Shards again this season if it didn't come around so quickly. Like if it was like maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that, 2.5 weeks ago, I would have jumped into it. Well, 3 weeks ago, I would have jumped into it. But last weekend, nah. Especially since Borderlands came out that same weekend, like nah, I can't. I can't. All right, I think this is fine for now, or this is good for now. A great mythic planner start. I think it's gonna be a long Saturday, Matthias. It's gonna be a long meeting on Saturday with how we're doing our like getting a more emphasis on like exactly how we're gonna be doing our planners with the chaos uniques and stuff. Not particularly looking forward to that as much. All right, let's take a look at Heartseeker real quick. I'm only doing chaos and mythic. That's what I plan on doing. I play a little D3, but it's hard because none of my friends play anymore, so I can start playing with scrubs. Because I don't grind or buy enough to play with the heavy blasters. Grind enough or buy. Gotcha. Yeah, make sure you change the wording there. No, but yeah, I feel you. I normally just do solo self found anyway, so like I'm only competing against other solo self founders or whatever. But even then, I still kind of feel the way that I feel about it. I don't think much changes with Heartseeker though. Does it? Actually, nothing really. Pain Gorgers actually got a buff. Like, there's been some fixes to Pain Gorgers. They weren't they weren't they weren't specific about what the fixes are to Pain Gorgers are, but Beat Dropper seems to be pretty happy with it. And if Beat Dropper is happy with some of the Pain Gorger fixes, then I am inclined to feel that something is wait, why do I have the 60? Why do I have Triple Master working on a 60%? What was I smoking on at? Was I just bored? I don't know why I had that triple credit there. It's a fate became a helm. Chaos unique, sir. See? Grasp of Shadows is a boot. And Gorgeous is gonna be a pants. Yeah. So I guess the biggest question I have for myself is for Heartseeker, Shroud of False Death or Air Perdition? I'm almost just leaning more. So I'm leaning more towards Air. Shroud for sure. Well, I mean, for the maximum health, yeah. I think the +1 to all passes is pretty. I mean, I think air is very close to, like, without the core damage, obviously, because you can't benefit from that. But like, you get about 65% from Shroud of False Death, right? Roughly on Rogue. It's fairly close. Maybe a teeny bit less because we already have so many ranks into Heartseeker, as well as quite a few ranks into the Shadow Clone itself. So like, we're just kind of just looking at just the passive plus, like the actual passive plus. Oh, wait a minute. It's just passes. I don't know why I said I just said what I said. But yeah, it should be about like 60, 40% damage, I think. I'm thinking movement speed though. I know that sounds so weird to say, but like, because we don't have any like movement speed on boots anywhere, like movement speeds, it just feels really awkward to play without movement speed. I think that's why I favor air, despite having the nice maximum life on the Shroud of False Death though. So from a defensive standpoint, Shroud is definitely better. Like, hands down. Just knew that was going on. So we're looking at defense versus movement speed. Movement speed and maybe slightly more damage, like a teeny bit more damage. Is Death Trap back on top for best rogue build? If we're talking about pushing, no. That has been dethroned this season and also upcoming season. Also, very generous on the crit chance too for Heartseeker. Not saying that we can't get 100% without it, because you can, but I think it just makes it super simple to reach 100% with air. It's like one in every 490 pieces of chaos armor will have the piece you want with the GA you want and the slots you want. Yes, well, I think that's gonna be build dependent though, the booty. I think some builds can kind of like swap different places. Like for instance, Heartseeker, for example, like 3 slots can be in any of the 3 gloves. Like Fist of Fate can be pants, boots, or helm. Painworkers can be pants, boots, or helm. Grasp of Shadows can be pants, boots, or helm. And Crown of Lucian, I could care less where the GA is, but I would prefer it on maximum life. But if it doesn't, so be it. Build still functional. For like I said, this is just Heartseeker, right? So for Heartseeker, it really doesn't matter where the GA is at. Paingorgers and Grasp of Shadows, you want them on the marksman and basic skills. But if they don't hit that, it's not the end of the world. It's just a little less damage, like a little bit. Still totally functional. So for Heartseeker, it's kind of wild. You can kind of put almost anything anywhere and any GA and you'll be fine. But there are some builds like Death Trap where you absolutely have to have the right GA on the right things, and you have to have them on in the very, very specific slot. Rain of Arrows is also it's also the same thing. Rain of Arrows, you kind of have to have, a couple of GAs on the right parts, the right pieces. I get that part, but that means you're gonna have to hold on all those pieces because you might have to swap around based on your drops with different GAs. Yeah, that's very true, and I think that's good. That gives us something to do. It means that our gearing journey to min max has given us more to do. Like, I'm okay with having more to do. I mean, to be honest, that kind of makes things a little bit more interesting because then it gives me a reason to kind of keep searching for a better upgrade. One that I can't just get from just trading. Right? I can't, I have to actually play to get it. Now, the question, the beauty is, do I like playing the game enough to want to min max to find these chaos uniques myself? That's the question, right? Do you like the game enough to want to continue to play to find your chaos unique min max build? The answer could be yes. The answer could be no. Like the fact that arm tiers can't just buy him and the streamers can't leech their chaff in the media. Yeah, agreed. 100% agreed. Do you play anything but rogue? Depends on how much I like the season. If I don't like the season, then I'm only just playing rogue. If I do like the season, I'll play long enough to play another class. Proof. I actually played a different class in season 2. I played a different class. I played rogue first every season. But I played another class as well in season 2. I played another class as well in season 4. I played another class as well in season 5. And that is it. That is it. That goes to tell you how much I really cared about the other seasons past those 3 seasons for me. No, actually, I did play another class in season 1 as well. I did play some Sork in season 1 at 2. Last 3 seasons were good. More than first 6? You like the last 3 more than season 4 and season 5? Really? I mean, I'm not judging, but season 4 was huge, and so was season 5, in my opinion. Personally, like for me, I put it for me. Indeed, to play or not to play, that is the question. So yeah, I'm okay, but my stash always gets full. Preseason 1 was goated too. So because it was new, I did like the idea of how challenging Nightmare Dungeons were preseason. Some tuning could have been done, yes, but I did like that they were difficult. Because in 4 new stuff was released that was still there later on, right? Well, it was a big change of itemization at that point. And also we had the pit. The pit was also released at that point too. So it was such a big deal at the time. Itemization being redone. Okay, so this is mythic. I'm trying to figure out whether I want to do victimize versus close quarters combat. I did both. I did a lot of both on a PTR, and the difference was very minimal. Like extremely, like the gains that I would get for doing close quarters combat, I got back from having Deadeye and being able to attack sooner, being able to engage sooner. So while close quarters combat was more damage, slightly more damage, the quality of life victimized gave kind of like really lessened that impact. Now, of course, if you want to be ultra try hard and try to engage early and then back off a little bit and then kind of hard secret some more, you can kind of get the benefits of both. But that's like really trying to like, I think most players would vastly prefer victimize over close quarters combat. So therefore they can just pew off the screen, not have to worry about like physically engaging the audience or like engaging them early. Everybody was just doing stuff. Nightmare Dungeons Great Season 5 pit bugs with anti-venom. Anti-venom pots, yeah. They just adding new gear, increasing damage dealt, and repainting seasonal powers. They're going in D3 directions. Actually, I thought D3 seasons were a little bit more creative, if I had to be honest. Personally, I felt D3 seasons were a little more creative. Wait, why do I have Shadow Imbue here? Probably haven't updated this in like a bit. All right, let's do the stuffs. So Margard, of course, level 1. I forgot that we get 5% more all res from a max guard. Okay, I'm doing level 1 just for the armor thing. So yeah, we're 5. I'm 5% all res lower than I normally would be. I should have thought about that on the rapid fire thing too as well. He's cornered, of course. Unpredictable. Alchemy. It works for me, but not the clone. Unless they fixed it. They did say that there was a lot of like things that they want to fix with some of the chaos perks. So assuming that this is fixed, maybe this would be good. And then I don't remember what the last one was. I got like accelerating chaos just for the hell of it, but was there any changes to Crazy Brew? I mean, it's not worth. Resource cost reduction rest would be kind of nice. I'm gonna lie. Well, it'll be bad for. Well, no, it would be. No, it'd be. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Probably celebrating chaos will just be there. I can't think of anything else that really matters. It's only max res, not all res from her. Yeah, okay, no, you're right. No, you're right, you're right, you're right. You're right, my bad. That's my brain not braining once again. Okay, I think all my other points for except for shadow and imbuement. So I can't have that there. I think everything else mostly just stay the same, roughly the same. I think for the build guide itself, I'm gonna keep Sir Seth because it's so like the wolves are so good. Like it's such easy mode from range, like victimize with the Sev rune, and legit just sit back. And of course, and also with the Pangorger's buff, it'd be more vital to proc that than before. Like have a better, have a more consistent way of procking down everything more so than before. At least for like the main setup. For pushing, obviously I'll change some stuffs here, but Matthias, all right, man, you have a good one. Imagine making Citadel and thinking it will work. I mean, honestly, I mean, Citadel wasn't. So Citadel was. It's funny because I keep forgetting that concept exists in this game, which is actually quite hilarious when you think about it. Like I legit forget that we have Citadel. um, yeah, just yeah. The thing is that I kind of feel bad for the devs responsible who was told to like create that, but us to not use, like for us to legit like not use, like not use it at all, or not play it at all for that way. I'm sure it was a lot of work for them to make that mode for us to like legit not interact with it. Epic rap battles of history. What was there? Sursa, right? Can't decide I'm gonna play Necro or Rogue Lee start. What class do you like more? Fun factor wise, what class do you like playing more? Usually Rogue has the easier time at the start, the leveling process of things. Although you play in a group, usually, a couple of Necros are like really good, but solo wise, Rogue early, early on. But I mean, whatever you enjoy. It's called season. I mean, we knew what he was talking about. Okay. That's pretty much it for Heartseeker. I do have to change a board though, a board or two. Nobody stays the same. Hugger's Bounty stays the same. Yeah, exploit weakness for shot. That's 70. And then we'll just go. I know you're gonna cook something that I'm gonna play. Tell you, man. So it's funny because it's like until the changes that they made, like the post changes, I think Heartseeker was probably Rogue's like second strongest build, possibly. On from the PTR. But now that they buff, I mean all the builds got buffed, but because the core skills got buffed more, and then Shadow Clone now works with Orphan Maker. Now the Orphan Maker shot up. The Orphan Maker and Rapid Fire shot up. And then of course, core skills with the core skills buff stuff also affects Death Trap. So now Death Trap kind of shot up again, ish. Not to the top, but it's no longer like mediocre for pushing going into season 10 like it was. But I kind of put like Heartseeker back in like 4th, roughly, maybe 4th ish. Still like 110 plus, which is good. But I was super hoping that they were gonna like make Shroud of Arathiel like a chaos unique. That would have been nice. That would have given Heartseeker like a good four tiers roughly, maybe 3 or 4 tiers of damage, which would have been very nice. Will Random Rails be stronger since you can slide on the Chaos Chest and wear passive amulet? Well, Random Rails will be the second strongest build. Random Rails was the strongest build actually, coming out of PTR on paper, but now that with the buff to core skills and stuff, Orphan Maker is gonna take the top spot, with Random Rails being second. Like Random Rails is about between 115, 118 ish, which is good. I mean, that's still like really good. But Orphan Maker's gonna be about 120 plus. Did they change Orphan Maker to make it more fun, or is it still like it is in the PTR? You don't have to track your reload stuff anymore. You can just kind of just alternate the skills without having to track the buff, which is a good quality of life. But that's really about it. Mostly mechanically, it still functions mostly the same. So my prediction is that Orphan Maker builds are going to be basically delegated to pit pushing. So not so fun then for me. Yeah, you can I mean, what you can do is you can bypass the mechanic mostly and just play it like a combo point build, like a traditional combo point build where you do like 3-1. So like, but you have to run puncture. So 3 punctures, 1 rapid fire, or 3 punctures, 1 barrage, however you want to do it. So you could play it like traditional like that if you want. But that just depends on whether or not you like combo points in general. If you don't like combo points in general, I would probably stay away from Orphan Maker setups. Okay, that's really it. Our Seeker, I think I don't need to make a. I do want to make a Force for Arrow like side variant with this. Okay, still to think about what to play. Then many options of seasons. Look, is good. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there are a lot of 110 plus rogue builds. So, which means that you can. I say 110 plus, meaning that you can like level your glyphs pretty well and easily. And then obviously dominate T4 with little to no issues. So it's like yeah. Did I play any PoE2 League? I did. I played about 50 hours roughly, 50, 55, 60 hours. I actually enjoyed the campaign the most, but when I got the mapping, I don't know. I just didn't. I didn't have the want to grind the mappings, like I did in the beginning. I can't really pinpoint what the issue was or why that's the case, but yeah, I just said mapping can be. I actually did. That's the thing. I didn't really find mapping to be terrible. I mean, I think towers are bad. The fact that they're being stubborn and leaving towers in is, kind of awful in my opinion. But I don't find mapping in general horrid. I don't know. I just didn't. I mean, I'll probably revisit it later at some point. I just didn't have the I don't know, like the urge, I guess. I don't really know how to explain it. I can't pinpoint why I didn't want to. Maybe because Borderlands 4 was like right around the corner and I didn't want to invest that much time or something. I don't know. Something. Like something. I can't really tell you. Need to swap points on Paragon Boris. That's 5 and the other way around. Oh yeah, that's true. Very true. Alright. Good catch. Let's see. Let's see if I can. There we go. Good catch. Appreciate that. All right, so 4, 5. Boom. All right, and then we save. That'd be some D4. I'm playing some D3 at the moment with the new season. I really like Soul Shards. It just came out, like that season came out the same time as Borderlands dropped, and there was just no way for me to justify doing season already playing D3 over the new Borderlands at the time. Like I said, like had Soul Stars dropped like 3 weeks ago or something like that, I would have played. But I love playing. Well, I love playing Demon Hunter in general, but I love playing Demon Hunter during Soul Shards. Soul Shards, Ethereals, Angelic Crucibles. Those are my three favorites. Borderlands on your list. Yeah, I think we are done here with this. On to random variables, and after random variables, I'm probably gonna call it, and then either tomorrow's Wednesday, right? No, tomorrow's Thursday. Today's Wednesday. Thursday. Well, today's Thursday for most people. So maybe Friday. I'll or maybe tonight. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish the rest of the night. Because I kind of like doing this on stream, even though it's slower. Because I'm like reading chat and I'm like taking time away. I still prefer to do this on stream. Been playing D3 on and off. I did my first 70 red. I think I got my primal, expecting to salvage, and it was an echoing fury. Well then. How's Death Trap at season 10? Death Trap would be harder to gear for in season 10. So it'd be harder to gear for. I mean, you're looking at one. So like probably like Rogue's third strongest build if you're taking into account pit pushing. If you're talking about speed, like speed farming, I mean, I don't think anything really beats Death Trap. Speed farming, no matter what. But it'll take you a lot long. It'll take you not a lot. It'll take you longer to get to the point where you can speed farm with Death Trap. But it'll still be like the better speed farm build in general, just because of how fast it is. Like just its movement, like your ability to be able to move from one spot to another makes Death Trap just superior. Other builds can clear really well, but it just doesn't have the ability to move like Death Trap does. Being able to reset being able to reset dash as quickly is what makes Death Trap so fast. Like if I can reset dash that fast on like Heartseeker, then Heartseeker would be ahead, most likely, and more I'm gonna say most, but more content. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say ahead. I would say it would like match. Like if other builds can reset dash like that, then they can match Death Trap mostly, even with Death Trap's pull, because then you're just one shot. But yeah, it's the fact that you can reset dash as quickly as you can is what makes that very strong. You got the moment makes you think of Streets of Rage on Sega. Oh, the previous song. Please chill vibes, great content. I enjoy the stream. Thanks, man. Wait to get a new layout. I have an ultra wide now, so I had to kind of change the layout a little bit, the visual layout. Guess I have to get those ashes another way. Okay, so now I can actually do the thing on this word of Hakan. Sky Hunter? What are Hakan? Sky Hunter. Brown. And we'll do Fist of Fate. Or Grasp of Shadows. They're both like so close. Do I enjoy Survivor games? I haven't played any Valheim. I've been wanting to, but never did. Just haven't had a chance to play. I actually don't think I've played any survival games, to be honest. Now that I think about it. Not that I'm against it by any chance, but like, yeah, I never had. I just never. It's funny to see what her comments. Let's see. I don't really need any more lucky hit chance. I guess we'll go with attack speed. I think marksman. What we want to do here? Pretty sure. Put a hook on, obviously. GA on the cooldown. We probably need to do the double damage here, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. We'll also do the emeralds. 7 days to die is fun. Which one's your favorite, Obey? So is Rogue still bad after updates? No. Did you come in with the did you just automatically feel like Rear still be horrible? Even without even the post updates? I mean, don't get me wrong, we've been kind of, bad in the pit pushing aspect for a while. She said, "Oh, absolutely, bro. Okay, I appreciate your honesty." I mean, we've always been fine in T4. We just been bad in pit push. So I guess your mileage may vary. If you're part of the 0.1% or 0.01% of players who actually seriously pit pushes, then yeah, Rogue sucked for you. Like really sucked for you. If you're part of the 99.9999% of players who don't truly pit push, then Rogue was fine. Okay, riddle me this. Can Dance of Knives comfortably do pit 100? The poison trap variant can, yes. In fact, the Dance of Knives poison trap variant can do about a 110. So 100 is pretty easy to get to. The new updates support the PT build even further. Yeah, which is why I was saying Dance of Knives poison trap variant will hit 110. Dance of Knives by itself, like if you're just doing Dance of Knives, then no, you will not hit 100. But if you're gonna do the Dance of Knives Poison Trap variant, where you basically spawn poison traps everywhere with Dance of Knives, then yes. I actually think that variant is actually really cool looking and a lot of fun. So I would recommend that for any Dance of Knives player by far. I'm trying to push Piss with Rogue, and it was really hard, and then to do Sorka Spiritborn, and it's super easy. You mean just like playing wise, playstyle wise, or just like? Because I mean, at some point it does get hard for every class, right? Because no class can do a 150 this current season. So at some point it will feel impossible at some point. So it just depends on the pit tier you're talking about, right? So if you're talking about like maybe 110, then yeah, for Rogue that it feels super hard, and then on Spiritborn that would feel super easy. Like a 110 would feel super easy. It's season 9 this upcoming Tuesday. Season 10, you mean? But yes, season 10 is this upcoming Tuesday. I think the hardest part is when you whoops, that's this time. When you stream and have an audience like you do, spoilers or bad seating can be A's. If you're trying to enjoy, I'm in blind, and it's been a learning curve. So I do that, Haiku. I do that with Path of Exile too. Like with Path of Exile too, I go in blind each time. I purposely don't read patch notes. I literally just go and play. So I don't know what's good. I don't know like any of the big changes. I'm usually just surprised when it comes about, and I really like that because I don't really get to play games like I don't really get to play ARPGs and you know not feel that way. So personally, I like that. I like going in blind personally. Why do I have +7 warrior skills on the? Oh, I know what I was trying to do, and it didn't play out the way I thought it was going to on PTR. Pog Zan, I think is what I had. Zan, Cax, and Pog Zan. Alright, so now we'll throw an Orphan Maker here. No, we can't do Orphan. No. Well, technically there is a variation I can do with Orphan Maker and Rain of Arrows, and that might actually be the strongest setup for Rain. But I don't think I'm gonna do it. Oh, ads, I'm sorry. I mean, I was doing 105s on Rogue and it felt really tricky. Hardcore also, and then I did fully sword build and it's easy also on hardcore. For the 105, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. But there is, like I said, I mean, at some point there's a wall that every class hit when it comes to pit tiers. It's just that some classes will hit that wall earlier. And of course, that not saying that feels good, because I mean, obviously it doesn't feel good, but just kind of pointing out the obvious, kind of. Your max was 108 on DT Rogue. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do a 108 on DT Rogue this season. I always thought the max was like 105. 104, 105 was the highest I've seen someone do. Did you post it on helltides.com or not? Current season? I saw a post by Doc Holliday that during PTR he had a rapid fire build that hit for 700 build per arrow. Do you think rapid fire would be valuable in season 10? So that build that you saw hitting. So here's the thing, TK Cheese. I know exactly who you're talking about. I know the person who created that build. It's an overpower rapid fire build. um, like utilizing overpower. So even though he was hitting for 700 billion per arrow, you got to think of how often he was doing it, and it wasn't often at all. So 700 billion per arrow, but you're only using rapid fire every like 2.5 seconds or whatever, 3 seconds, meaning that your damage per second isn't that high, but your burst damage is insane. Was it bad? No, the build wasn't bad at all, but that particular setup would be weaker than going with, so it was the strongest way to play it in PTR because the Orphan Maker did not work with Shadow Clone. But now that it does work with Shadow Clone, doing that version with the OP, like the overpowered, sorry, the OP, proccing OP, I guess you could say, permanently, that version is weaker than the Shadow Clone version. So, and it's also that version too, the OP, the OP version or whatever. It's also considerably harder to play. Like it's extremely like it's like old school rapid fire type levels of jank that you would not want to play that. Like it's so uncomfortably bad to play that unless you're a rapid fire enthusiast that's been playing rapid fire since like season 1 or something, you're not gonna want to play that. Like it doesn't even feel good at all. And you have to be used to the mechanics of doing it for season after season after season to play the way he did. So I would not suggest that. And I don't think that would be the strongest variant. Well, I'm gonna say I don't think. I know it won't be the strongest variant, just because now it works with Shadow Clone. Now, if Orphan Maker didn't work with Shadow Clone, then his variant would be the strongest rapid fire version. But then it would also be behind Rain of Arrows and Death Trap, so it wouldn't be Rogue's strongest build anymore. But it would work. Does that make sense? Did I answer what you're saying? I used to be a rapid fire enthusiast, someone who played a ton of rapid fire, but then eventually I kind of just stopped. Once I started running into all the bugs or rapid fire, I guess kind of got really annoyed, and just like stopped. I did a pit 6. Congratulations, sir. I did some runs that I posted. I was top 5 for a while in hardcore, but the run I did in 108 was a duo. Oh, it was a duo over the sword. Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Ink. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know which one I was thinking about. But yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, TK Cheese, because Shadow Clone now works for Orphan Maker, there's no reason to play like that. Like if you want the strongest rapid fire setup, there's no reason to play the way he did. And PTR, yes. If you wanted the strongest rapid fire build, but no longer would that be the case with Shadow Clone being in play. Which sucks because I put it this way, I don't like Shadow Clone at all. And Shadow Clone is horrendous to play with rapid fire. So I don't like the fact that Shadow Clone works with Orphan Maker right now, because it means that you have to use it rapid fire or else. And rapid fire's AI right now, like the AI for Shadow Clone for rapid fire, is so bad. So it's just gonna feel like no matter which route you go, honestly, rapid fire is not gonna feel fun to play. I just gonna put that out there. I don't want to be that guy, but I gotta be that guy. I could do this on the amulet. Okay, and then we can do shard here. 84 is your highest solo, your run post. Gotcha. Do you think that rogue will be in top 3 after buffs? No. Well, I don't know. I part of me says I doubt it. But I mean, if they're not, if rogues are not in the middle of the pack, they're very competitive with the lower 4, at the very minimum. What am I doing here? So I'll put it this way: there would no longer be a huge gap between rogue and other classes in terms of rogue being at the very bottom. Got 2 hours left at 6. Started new season videos are like the same builds as last 9 seasons, just adding more power. Well, I wouldn't say that they're the same builds, but I think a lot of builds kind of share a lot of the same buffs. You buff one skill, and then you kind of like do stuff to make that one skill stronger with the gear that's there. And so a lot of things are going to look, pretty similar until like they actually shake up how the skill functions at a base level, which isn't going to happen unless an expansion hits. Miss Heartseeker, you can play Heartseeker. There's nothing wrong with Heartseeker. You totally can play Heartseeker. I play Heartseeker every season. Or I make a Heartseeker build every season. And I level Heartseeker every season now. Because it's a extremely good leveling build. So yeah, I mean you can play Heartseeker. There's nothing. So I mean if you miss it, play it. I mean you'll hit like 111, 112 in season 10 with Heartseeker if you want. I played it last season. It was rough getting glyphs up when playing solo. Well, it is a longer journey. I think the thing is that like you're gonna have to 8% it at some points depending on how fast you want to get through the greater rifts, not greater rifts, sorry. Get through the pit tiers. The thing is though, honestly, in my personal opinion, I do think that we level glyphs too fast to begin with. Because like there's no journey when you get if you use the best build of every class, you'll be able to get your glyphs to 100 in like a couple of days if you play straight through. So when you compare it to other builds that aren't meta builds, and it takes like a week or some change to be able to get them to 100, and then that feels slow by comparison, relative. But the reality is, I think it really should be that way. I don't think we should be able to get level 100 glyphs in like a day or two from just like blasting. Like that should not be the case. The fact that it is makes everything else feel bad. So yeah, relative to Death Trap, yeah, Heartseeker did take longer to level your glyphs. But I will say this though, TK Cheese. Javarkus with the sub, appreciate you. I will say, you'll be able to level your glyphs to 100 considerably faster with Heartseeker this coming season. Because like I said, you can do about a 111 or 112 top end on Heartseeker, which means that you should be able to speed farm 95s like easy. So you won't have that issue, or it won't be as nearly as much of a slog as it was, relatively speaking. I think the player count would be by the second week better than most seasons. And there's one reason and one reason only, and that's Chaos Armor. Because it's gonna take a while, like a little while, for you to actually get your Chaos Armor and the slots that you want them. and you can't trade for them, so you have to actually play. So I think the player retention will last about a week longer than about a week longer than usual for most players. This doesn't mean that I don't have any issues with the game. I'm just saying that like the chaos armor does add, you know, a little bit more staying power because it means you have to play more. What does Bard do in season 10 to avoid playing Earthquake, Hoda, Whirlwind Bash? That's a lot of things you mentioned. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I think I'm gonna get rid of exploit weakness here. We're gonna go cheap shot. I think cheap shot would be more fun. Which road build do you have going highest in pistol season? Orphan Maker Rapid Fire. So Orphan Maker Rapid Fire, followed by Rain of Arrows, followed by Death Trap, followed by Heartseeker. So Orphan Maker Rapid Fire will probably hit somewhere 120, 121. Rain of Arrows 117 or 118. Death Trap 115, 116 ish. Heartseeker 111, 112. Flurry 110. Dance of Nice Poison 109, 108, 109. Invigorating Strike also 111, 112. Forceful Arrow 111, 112. Orphan Maker Barrage maybe 110, 111. Orphan Maker Pin Shot probably 110, 111 as well. We have a lot of builds that will hit 110 plus. TB, TB didn't get any. So all the core buffs don't really apply to TB, poison TB. So I mean, I don't know, 108, 109 maybe. That's being generous. So I mean, it did get. I mean, it does take advantage of some of the buffs. Don't get me wrong. Like some of the, you know, Paragon buffs or whatever. Sure, but like, the core skill buffs don't apply to poison. So like, it didn't get like as big of a jump as like, let's say, Flurry did, or any of the other core skills did. Unless you want to run TB without poison, which I don't think is better than Flurry. But like I said, there's a lot of rogue builds in like the 110 plus range. So, which I think, if you look at it from a build diversity standpoint for on rogues, I think that's really good in terms of like interclass balance. Keyword interclass balance. I don't know exactly how we would end up in terms of like other classes top push blow builds per se, but I could tell you that it won't be as bad as it was, but we're not going to be like top 2 or top 3. But we're not going to feel nearly as weak as we did at the top end. Actually, what am I doing? Just go this way and then screw all this because I'm not attaching no other boards. I think at the top end, Drew is probably the top build. Maybe. I think there's only like maybe 2 classes that will probably break 130. And the other classes have like at least one build that might can hit 120. And then most builds are like between 110 and 120, like throughout all the classes. There are a lot of builds that are in between 110 and 120, at least on paper. And if that ends up being the case, that's actually fantastic balance. Relative. Let me make sure I phrase that correct. Relative, that is fantastic balance. If that ends up being if so many builds are between 110 and 120, that's really good for the game. Now overall, I still think that that's still too big of a gap because of how much HP it is per pit tier past 100. But compared to what it was, that would be considered fantastic. Keyword relative. I guess I can keep cheap. I'll just bounty S4. I think so. Okay, so we got Skyhunter here. So project. The sad part about, I feel like I wish I can get better projectile chance though. I could technically run this on as a main hand. And then this would be, but I'll be missing I don't know. Not actually think about it. I'm not really missing anything in terms of well, I guess I'll be missing 100%. I'd be missing 100% to gain 40% and then 60% from Shadow Grasp. Didn't touch Rise at all, and that's already doing like 120 in the current live game. They're probably doing 25, maybe 130. Yeah, I think from what we have, it's looking like, I guess our predictions. I mean, we got like Jurors might be able to hit 130, 130 plus. Spiritborn might as well. And to my knowledge, that's about, yeah, that's probably the only two classes that will hit above 130. You'll have some classes that will hit like, that'll be able to hit 120. Actually, every class will be able to hit 120. Or at least have one build out hit 120. Yeah, so Barb's 120 range caps out. Sork 120 range cap out. Rogue 120 range cap out. Necro 120 range cap out. So yeah, Druid and Spiritborn would be probably the only two classes that has 130. That might be able to hit 130. So yeah, looks like Rogues is like right there, like in the mix. I'll put it that way. I don't really know what to do with this though. Like, do I sacrifice the like? Technically, this is really going from 50% to 100% damage by having this on a two-hander. The bad part is that I won't have any life, like any HP, if I chose to go Sky Hunter. If I chose to wear Sky Hunter, like that's the biggest thing. Everything else is like can be solved with whatever. But like if I did Sky Hunter and Grasp of Shadows, which means I have to do I do Word of Calm on the glove and Grasp of Shadows on the boot then. Because the Grasp of Shadows is what, 8+8 ranks as well. And you also get the clone and some ultimate damage. Yeah, I don't know though, but I guess that only gives me 3 slots for for aspects though. So I guess I do lose in that. I would like completely lose an aspect though. Sky Hunter Drone Gloves is huge. Well, I mean, I can just wear the Sky Hunter is what I'm thinking. Wear a Sky Hunter and then go Grasp of Shadows in place. I'd put Word of Calm on the glove obviously, and then Grasp of Shadows on the pants. Because I'm thinking about trying to get 100% chance for marksman projectiles to cast twice. So that's pretty big to not have a full value of. Like to cast twice is big. So if I wore it, it'll be easy to get to get 100%. But you'll lose like a little bit of unique power, and then of course you'll lose an aspect. You lose an aspect, but you gain it back through Grasp of Shadows with the 8 ranks to Ren of Arrows. So basically what you're doing is you're comparing 8 ranks to Ren of Arrows to 100% aspect. So let me rephrase that. 8 ranks to Ren of Arrows, some more additive damage and 40% more projectile, or 40% more chance for double projectiles for 100% aspect. So you're trading that for 100% damage. I think it's very close. Like, it's extremely close. I might just leave it as it is for now, but it's very close. I want to do Vex here. Not Vex, but Behemoth. Yeah, I'll leave it as it is. Why is my armor so freaking low though? Holy. What was the biggest Paragon board change for Rogue, you think? I don't know. I think a lot of it was good. Let's go to Necromancer, or let's go to Rogue here. Let's look at the actual changes again. I think that this, if it reads correctly, because this one says your non-damage combo point bonuses are increased by 33%. This now says your combo point bonuses are increased by 40%. So I'm assuming it's talking about the primary and the secondary and not just the primary. So if it's both bonuses instead of just your non-damage combo point bonuses, then this is really big. Like, this is pretty massive buff. That's pretty big. I also like cheap shots, because you no longer have to be like up close, and it's not, and you get a bonus for even not having them crowd control. So I really like cheap shot, so I putting cheap shot on more builds now. I never liked daily ambush, so the fact that I can get rid of that, because now cheap shot can be put on more builds, as well as cunning stratagem can be put on more builds. Lyrana's Instinct as well. Just the first part, your core damage is increased by 60% is massive. Like, you'll just take it just cause of this. Like, you don't even care about this part because let's be honest, you're not going to use Insight anyways. But just for the first part, it's enough. And that board actually has some really good stuff on it. Towards the Paragon, the legendary Paragon node. This being back to 60% is nice. The original value. But this is actually not bad if you need some extra damage reduction. So I think this is a very balanced legendary node. So we're starting Barber season 10, right? After the Asbro looking. Happy with the notes? I am happy with most notes. Most of the notes. I think most things are good. I do feel that the Orphan Maker is... I'm still a little concerned about it. But it does seem like it'll feel a little better to play. But it's kind of a wait to be seen. But a lot of the generic buffs to rogues does look good though. Like, it does, they do look good. It's just a matter of I'm saying a matter of, like you say, a lot of rogue builds will be in A tier territory, like high A tier territory ish, mid to high A tier, which is nice. Considerably better than what it has been in previous seasons. And we'll have one S tier build, which would be the Orphan Maker Rapid Fire. let's see. 20 to there. Get some innovation ranks for sure. I think this is fine. Kind of like this. This is actually quite good. I'll max that out because that's actually kind of good when you go with the shroud of Wrathio route. Double damage there. Double damage is there. I really don't know why I got this, but I'm not really quite sure what else to put there. I mean, I can get Power Seeker probably too. Cast twice, but definitely good. I really love playing Andy's Barrage. That build was hilarious, but I think they changed it and proc murdered it. Yeah, that's been dead for a while now, unfortunately. Like when they changed it, they gutted it. They just downright just gutted that. Okay, got one more point. Maybe we can just probably put it right there and be done. The Paragon board is actually where it needs to be too as well. 648 armor though. That's so. Oh yeah, I forgot. Chaos perks. Yeah. I'll do level 1 to be simulate it. Okay, 919. Okay, that works. He's cornered. And then unpredictable alchemy because Renovale is imbued. Past that point, I'm not sure what the other one's gonna be. That looks and sounds about right. So now there will be a version that will be very much like the victimize thing that we did before in the current season. For those who kind of want to spam like smooth combat sort of thing. but it's harder to deny the strength of not wearing beast fall boots. Because beast fall boots didn't really give you anything, so being able to have an extra chaos unique that is like a lot of damage kind of makes the whole sort of Wrathio version practically a better choice, or a stronger choice. I put it that way. Fortunately, I feel like the mythic doesn't hold value anymore. I feel like mythics overall need to rework, or at least some of them. Well, keep in mind it's because of the chaos armor. The chaos armor isn't a permanent addition, and if they do keep it in the game, they're probably gonna make it. They're probably gonna like either only allow us to wear one, or like nerf them a little bit. So they just feel less impactful now because of how powerful chaos armor is. Without it, you still was wearing like three pieces, like three mythics, the same three mythics that almost like a ton of builds were wearing, which was air, shroud, and starless skies. Now there are some really bad mythics that definitely need some rework. Honestly, what they really should do is you can just buff mythics overall and rework the terrible ones, but we're only allowed to wear one mythic. So one mythic, one chaos armor, but make the chaos armor value better. So instead of being 20% better, make it like 50% better, but you can only wear one. So you have to kind of make a choice. So now you have choices versus I want all of them, and then you try to slot all of them. Personally, that's how I feel about it. I don't know about anybody else, but I would find that more interesting. Shroud wins 10 times if they don't rework the pass. Yeah, yeah, fair. Okay, well that's three. That's three setups that I kind of went through rigorously. I'll probably do the others tomorrow. Invigorating Strike should be pretty easy because it's just a kind of similar to what Heartseeker is. Invigorating Strike. So wait a minute. How many builds am I responsible for? I just realized I got Heartseeker, Rapid Fire, Brand of Arrows, Invigorating Strike, Barrage. That's right. So Invigorating Strike and Barrage tomorrow. Then must be Invigorating Strike should be easy. Barrage. I don't know. I don't want to make Barrage and Orphan Maker setup, but I mean, there's a pretty big difference between Orphan Maker Barrage and regular spam Barrage. And that's kind of a problem. I'll be checking them until launch for sure. Hope the plans are going well. I'm gonna head to bed. All right, man. You have a good one. I'm trying to think of what did I do for Barrage on PTR? I guess how well did I do? I'm trying to think. I have a You got it down somewhere. Okay, so I had Prep Barrage at an estimate of a 93. Uh, hmm. Like Prep Spam Barrage. So with the buffs, so about 10 tiers. So you're looking at Spam Barrage being 103. That's kind of off. It's not, I won't say awful, but that's, I don't know, man. I feel like that it's kind of hard to justify doing it Spam Barrage. Although it'll be really good for T4. Like it'll be phenomenal for like Infernal Horse farming, Nightmare Dungeon farming. It'll feel really good for that stuff. But it's hard to deny like how good. I really don't want to make it Orphan Maker related. Or maybe I'll just do Orphan Maker as the pit push variant. I don't know. All right. Oh, I think I do want to make another variant of this though. It's all right. So let's do an Orphan. Actually, wait a minute. Why didn't it? That's weird. Hold up. So why did it copy the weird? Okay, so all right, so here's the for sure nothing changed there. Let's go to mythics. Make okay, cool. All right, so with Orphan Maker variation, which might hit one, like it's theory still, which is why I don't want to talk about it so much. But I actually do think Rain of Heroes with Orphan Maker because the stats are just so ridiculously good. that it might be better, but you have to go puncture. Am I using Scoundrel rapid fire? Yeah, I have to. They actually did fix the bug. Not the fact that the clone derps bug, but they did fix the bug in general. Like the rapid fire not applying the damage it should on the way up and all the stuff that I did in like the video that I made or the clip I did. They actually did fix that. They just didn't they didn't put it in the patch notes. I tested it while I was doing the podcast with Ava and Diaz. So yeah, you're gonna have to do Scoundrel Kiss anyways. You need the all res. Is actually almost mandatory. So Shadow Clone Rapid Fire with Cold Imbuement. You can't really go cold. You can't really fit Cold Imbuement without losing too much damage otherwise. So it's most likely going to be physical. But wait, not saying you can't do Cold Imbuement. I just think Cold Imbuement would be a little weaker because of what you have to give up to make it work. So you'll be losing like 70% damage to add 40% damage ish. Well, sorry, you'll be giving up 70-ish, 70 to 75% damage to add about almost 60% because Imbuement Imbuement also makes the clone stronger too, so there is that. But it still would come out behind. And then you have to roll Cold Imbuement charges on the amulet too as well, which would be really hard to do. So you'll have to give up some things to be able to do that. So yeah. Now that I think about it. So yeah, you can do Cold Imbuement and armor percent. You give it damage per dark shroud. But yeah, so like I said, you can go that route, but whether it's actually beneficial to you is like the question.
Cliptus raided my stream with 62 viewers.
Yo, Dark Side.
Cliptus with the
We
raid.
just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What's going on, sir? I'm assuming you were also build plannering as well for your stuffs. Welcome aboard. I am actually on the back end of doing at least the planners I was going to do tonight. So yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much all we are actually doing. Actually, I think all of the creators are basically doing the same thing at this point. We're just plannering. Because it's that time. But welcome aboard. I am Rogue Guy. Oftentimes people would refer to me as like the rogue version of Cliptus in terms of liking to play or preferring to play off meta setups versus like sticking strictly to meta builds per se. So welcome in. Speaking of not meta, I have a side planner that hasn't really been thoroughly tested yet, but on paper, I'm doing an Orphan Maker Rain of Arrows setup, which you would think would make 0 sense, but because you can't use the unique ethics. But the stats are so freaking good that it ends up being technically better than running a traditional bow. So you're literally just using it for the stats, and you bypass the mechanics by going puncture instead, and then you cast your Rain of Arrows on the 3rd hit for precision. So technically speaking, this should be very strong, but it's kind of still it's on paper tested because Rain of Arrows didn't really work on PTR because World of Hakan was like broken, so it just didn't work. So it's an on paper setup, but it's quite unique the way that it should work. So, because like the stats alone is, or I mean, it's just like this would just be like a huge stat stick, basically, like just a massive stat stick, which is fine because, yeah. But it also means I need to cap my my double damage. So I only have what 36% here. So I'm gonna have to change that to double damage here. Of course, remaster word, but hope all is well. Clip this. I'm sure you're probably exhausted after plannering a bit and all the other stuff that you do. What can I do like that? So 48% there, 5% there, and I guess it's still 100. We're good. I think everything else remained the exact same from the regular setup. These have been good. You're prepping for the race. I haven't like actually like spoken to them about that yet, honestly. I need to. We just haven't talked. It's usually just getting the 4th. Getting the 4th is the hard part. Because we did have a 4th this season, but he had some issues with his computer or power or something like that. So he couldn't jump, he couldn't play with us for the race. We only had 3, unfortunately. Even Nash was going on. One from Germany. What's happening? Where does my brain dead Heartseeker stand this season? Between 110 and 112. So it'll be very so you'll be able to level glyphs considerably easier this season with Heartseeker. I would put Heartseeker as probably Rogue's 4th best build. It was Rogue's 2nd best, but then some of the changes to one of the chaos perks gave core skills a 7.5 tier buff. So that plus some of the changes to Orphan Maker like that put Rapid Fire or Orphan Maker Rapid Fire as number 1. Because Rain of Arrows was number 1. So Orphan Maker Rapid Fire is not number 1. Rain of Arrows is number 2. And because the core skill buff stuff from the Chaos perks actually helps Death Trap, because Death Trap and their core skill tag stuff really help Death Trap become in the mix again. So 3rd best build. And that puts Heartseeker like right behind that, which actually isn't bad. Like that's actually like you hear Heartseeker being number 4 and you think, oh no, that's bad. I was like, no, not really. Like it's, I mean, you're talking like within the realm of, you know, like between Orphan Maker Rapid Fire and Heartseeker, that's like, you know, 4 builds within 8 tiers of each other, and that's actually good. Victimize or precision, not precision. You don't do Heartseeker precision. You can do Victimize or close quarters combat. Doesn't matter which one. They're both practically the same tier. I would say close quarters combat is probably like 10% stronger, but considering that like 10% is like not even, it's like 1/3 of the damage you need to be able to go from one tier to another after tier 100, then you're not going to notice a difference at all. Whereas I was happy with the robust on post PTR. I think they were necessary to be able to allow more builds, like more rogue builds to level glyphs easily. I think that was kind of part of the issue I was having before. I didn't really mind the longer road to level glyphs, to be honest with you personally. But when you look at things like Death Trap being able to level like glyphs like really easily, or or like maybe one other rogue build I'd be able to do it, and then all the other rogue builds might take like maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks to be able to do it. Like it did feel kind of like there's like a big gap, even if you weren't pit pushing, right? So now that basically rogues in general got core skill builds, especially got like 11 tier buff, 11, 12 tiers, maybe a buff. That really kind of helps mini builds be able to like level the glyphs and stuff like that. So I think that's going to feel really good for a lot of players. In terms of the pit push stuff is concerned, it doesn't put us any further ahead than where we kind of were. I think we're still like bottom 3, roughly still, or somewhere in the middle / bottom 3 in terms of our top build. But again, that's only for like the 0.01% of players who are actually pushing. But rogues are right there in the mix with the middle of the pack, middle to bottom of the pack, I guess you could say. So I think for people who care about that kind of stuff, that's good news. But for people who want rogues to be like at the very top, that's not happening. We're not hitting 130. So there's only 2 classes I think they're hitting 130. Everyone else is hitting 120 with their best builds. And yeah. So I think the class balance, looking at it right now, is probably pretty decent, like pretty close. There's a lot of builds between all the classes that land between 110 and 120. And that's really good. Like that's really good. So if we look past which class is the best or which build is the, gives you the biggest number, I think we can celebrate the fact that there's many builds that will land between 110 and 120. Or even 105 and 120, which is like still that's phenomenal relative to what it has been. So overall good stuff. I do wish that they did make some changes to rapid fire. Being locked in place still doesn't feel good. I wish we weren't delegated to having to dodge roll out of our animation. I feel like this doesn't really work well in today's current gameplays or game pace. And I want to get out of the emphasis of shadow clone. I hate that we're still doing the shadow clone's bidding. Still, it's shadow clone or bust. So I would love to not have to be so reliant on shadow clone. But I do think what we got is good and a step in the right direction. Just some minor complaints that I still have. So I guess that is Reign of Arrows. That is that and the Orphan Maker version of that. So we cleared pit 100 with 16 barbarian builds. Jeez. Yeah. On PTR, we weren't like on PTR. Rogues really weren't doing much of anything. Like I'll say anything, but like we were like, it was rough. I'll put it that way. A lot of builds did not clear 100 for us. But the buffs that changes, but yeah. All right, so Probably won't do barrage tonight, but I'm going to do that. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm not someone who cares about pushing pit, so like for me, I'll just be able to speed farm higher tier of pit than before. That's pretty much how it's gonna affect me personally. I guess I'll sleep. Yeah, man, all good. You have a good one, sir. Thanks for the rating. I wish I was staying a little bit longer, but I also got to get up pretty early too. And pretty much invigorating strike, and it's gonna be a copy of Heartseeker and Barrage. Barrage, I'm so like, I'm so in the I don't know ish category with this skill, man. Barrage just needs a lot of help, and to really make it worthwhile past like speed farming, you have to play. Yeah, that's just gonna feel so weird. It's gonna feel so awkward, in my opinion. The good news is that like since Orphan Maker Rapid Fire is gonna be horrific to farm with, you literally can just switch from Rapid Fire to Barrage, like the actual skill itself, and keep practically everything else the same and be able to farm a little bit more efficient. Because Orphan Maker Barrage would feel a lot better to farm with. Yeah, so like, yeah, I mean, so the thing about it is that like, just by the nature of the crossbow itself, there's really no reason to use this in regular content. It's not efficient, it's not fast, it just hits hard as hell. So it'll be great for pit pushing, like high pits or leveling like glyph super fast or something, like whatever you want to do that with. But for pushing, sorry, for speed farming, nah, it's just not. Because you're gonna have that gap from the reload thing. You're not gonna be able to get out of your animation because we just don't have any boot implicits. Like it's just not gonna feel good farming. And then your shadow clone is just gonna like derp everywhere but where it needs to. So it's just gonna feel bad farming. I made this reload cooldown. Well, you can't. It's set. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem. Like I said, it's gonna hit hard. It's gonna hit real hard. It's just good luck getting your clone to hit where you want it to hit. While you're speed farming. So like things like Heartseeker would be considerably better for all content, except for maybe bossing. Like Heartseeker would be good for bossing, but like Rapid Fire should just one shot. Technically, just one shot bosses if the clone hits. But yeah, Heartseeker would do everything else better than Rapid Fire, except for pit push. Same thing with like everything else, like Barrage, like regular spam Barrage, Poison, Trap, Dance of Knives, Pen Shot. Like everything will be better in a overall sense than Orphan Maker Rapid Fire until you have to push pit. Almost like old school. Almost like old school. I was old school. Although I think Rapid Fire was better for speed farming than even if it wasn't as good of a speed farm as some of the other builds. This time it's just not gonna be good at all for farming. Oh, but this way, you're not gonna have a good time doing it. Using this for farming. I gotta be careful how I do this for the guides. All right, guys, I think that is it for me. I did say I want to try something. So I'm gonna stay in the D4 category, but I want to pull up Borderlands real quick because it was like stuttering really bad on my stream. I made some adjustments, but I haven't tried to stream it, just the adjustments. So I'm not gonna play, but I'm going to actually like open it up, move around, see if it's like, see if I actually fixed the fixes or if the fixes that I did do actually work. So bear with me for about like 10 minutes. Or not. If you want to, you know, leave now, you can. That's fine. I don't have any other content to give you. I'm just going to boot this up real quick. I wonder if the game capture works here. GG's, have a good one, man. Later, looking forward to seeing you finish build options. Appreciate you. So far in the way. This is like the beginning. Sorry for the loud. Go there. Come on, load up. I'm getting some stuttering. No. It's fine all the way up until we got to this point. I'll wait though. I'll wait until I move around in game. Nah, still kind of getting, even on like the load ups, I'm kind of getting some lag. And run a little bit. They're still, yep, encoding overload and it's still lag. All right, so that did not fix. Whatever I did not. Thank you. Looking at the stream, yeah, it's still pretty laggy. All right, that's all I need to know. Actually, wait a minute before I do. Let me make sure my settings. 'Cause I probably changed them. What? No, I actually kept it at medium. So it's not that. Oh, all right. So it just is what it is. I don't think there's much more I can do. All right. Gonna read out. Let's see what we're gonna read out to. Wow, there's like none of my friends are actually on streaming right now. Like legit, none of them. Everybody sleep, man. Usually there's a couple of late night, you know, guys are kind of doing their thing. Hmm. If there's anybody in that deep jump to, I think I'm probably just gonna just log off. Usually I don't like to not do. Pretty slow night all around. Hopefully. All right. Well, with that being said, if I don't stream tonight, I'll stream tomorrow or the following night, so Friday night. We'll see. I do have a lot of work to do on the guides and stuff like that, so just understand that you're probably not going to see me much on the weekend for sure, if at all. So so you'll probably see like maybe 2 streams. One more stream of like some planner-ish stuff, possibly some guide writing that I'll do behind the scenes that you can't see, but I'll do behind the scenes. And then on Monday we'll kind of mess around with something before Tuesday, kind of just to kind of build just a little bit more hype. And then of course once the season launch, we'll blast in the entire week on stream like we usually do. Yeah, that's it. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me, although we had no gameplay. But as always, till next time.